Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is Mary at the.meri.atelier, and today is Tuesday, January 4th. It is the 10th day of Christmas. Christmas is not over with yet. My Christmas does not end until the Epiphany on January 6th, so yeah, I'm still enjoying Christmas. Good morning. I'm a little bit late this morning. Hi, Arlene. Good morning, Arlene. I woke up. And I go, why did my alarm not go off? I woke up on my own at 4:30. My alarm did not go off. I don't know why. I don't know, but I hurried up and came into here. Hi, Biz Up. Good morning, Biz Up. Good morning, good morning. So good to see you, both of you early birds. I'm going to do some more magazine art journaling. Let me get to my video on my tablet here so that I can read chat. Good morning. Hi, Kimberly. Good morning. I got inspired yesterday. I went in there to do my fussy cutting and I picked up another magazine. Oh dear, that was a mistake. I'll show you what I'm going to be doing here. Let me get to live chat. Good morning, ladies. So, sometime last year or the year before, Lori Paint Girly gifted me this art in review magazine, and I think she got it at Keisha's auction because it says gift from Paint Girly. And I was looking at it and I'm going, I don't want to cut it up. I did cut one, I cut something out of there for some reason, out of one of the ads. I probably wanted something in here. It was probably from this picture. Cut a nice little shape out of it. But I'm going, what can I do to this? Well, the first thing I thought was reverse collage. And I'm going to be doing some reverse collage in it. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see it a little better as I thumb through it. I'm going to save the gift from Paint Girly tag. Oh, good morning. Kimberly saying good morning. Kimberly says, Arlene says good morning to Kimberly. Biz Up is going back to lurking now. Okay. Okay. Biz Up, that's fine. So I can do some reverse collage. I'm looking at where I want to start on this. There's a picture in here that I want to start on. Let me go this way. But this has different paintings and articles about really more contemporary artists, I think. Although this looks like Renoir. I don't think it's Renoir. Herman N. Heinemann, a Jewish artist rediscovered, but that looks like almost Renoir-ish. Neo-Renoir. Where is that? I might have to start on something else if I can't find it. This one. John C. Trainer Studio Exhibition. John C. Trainer opens his studio and invites you into his home for the first time in over 5 years. I'm opening up my studio and home to the public. Do not miss this rare opportunity to see my flowers that inspire my still lifes, the studio that I spend most of my time and days creating my artwork, and my surrounds. I look forward to meeting you. And I read that. I'm sorry, I've got some glare. I read that. This is a glossy coated paper. I read that and I thought, oh, you know, it's kind of like what we do when we go online. We invite you into our home. So, and I thought how fun it will be. He's in New Hampshire. I'm going to work on this side, and I'm going to leave, I may paint out some of this information on him, but I'm going to leave this, and I'm going to leave most of this. This is where he's working out, probably painting his flowers. And over here, I'm going to do an art piece over here. And I think I will do some reverse collage in here as I'm working this morning. I'm going to work in this magazine. I may do some other art, but let's start on here. And sorry about the glare. And let me, since I woke up late, I'm just going to be putting things together here. I'm going to do some art over on this side. And let me just grab a couple sheets of wax paper. Let's see, this is kind of a light green. I have this is gloss, spring green, but it's about the color that I want. I don't want gloss though. So are you guys still enjoying the holidays? Are you at least relaxing a little? And here we go. Here's a spring parakeet green. We'll use that. And I'll keep the yellow out, the gold, and maybe the brushed metal. And a blue. Let's do a sort of a pastelish blue, and we'll want a white. Here's a white. Oh, you guys can't see me getting out my paint. There's the white, a blue, a gold. Here's the parakeet green. I might have to zoom back in a little. The brushed metal. I might get out a different tone of blue too here. And probably be going for my black just to tone things down. And will I need any other colors on here? Now I don't see much more. Let's start with those colors. Now, Dee Dee, when she does reverse collage, she uses her fingers a lot to paint with, and I might just do that this morning. And this is something, if you have a magazine, I'm using an art magazine, an art and review magazine. I guess I'm going to have to zoom out a little so you guys can see better. You could use any magazine and start by doing some reverse collage. Just do some finger painting. If you don't mind getting your fingers, I'm going to zoom out a little so you guys can see a little bit better. You aren't seeing. You aren't seeing. I zoomed in so you could see better, and then, yeah, that didn't work. There. And better have a towel handy. So I've been having fun with magazines the last couple days. And I've got plenty of water. I was ready to go at 4:30, but then I ran in and got water and took care of the bathroom duties. And my mouth gets so dry overnight. All right, I'm going with this color palette. green and gold, a light blue, dark blue, white, and black. And I have this brushed metal. I might want a pop of red in there when I actually get going, but this is for the background. So I'm going to start with a little bit of green and white, and I'm going to paint out this informational part here. Ooh, that's a pretty color. That is a pretty color. And as I work here, it'll take some of the shine off of the page because this craft paint is a matte paint. Just put a dab of white on there. And then I'm going to use my finger and I'm just going to start painting some of this out. And I'm debating whether I want to leave his name. I'll leave it for now and think about it. And I want to leave some of the foliage. Look, see, this looks like it might be a cement patio or something over here. Let's paint out this print in here and just kind of, and I'm going to leave John C. Trainer opens his studio. I'm going to leave that and I'm going to paint out this down here. That's the gloss. I don't want the gloss. I'll save the gloss for dimensional art or something. Although I think if you mix some matte medium with your gloss or put some matte medium over it, I heard somebody mention that. Probably was in Tanya's chat. Let's just get rid of the phone number stuff there and do a little. I kind of like, I might work with this part. I might just tone that down a little here. Leave that planter in there. All right, I don't have to do much. I'm just getting rid of the I'm kind of happy with that. So I thought what I would do would be to join Mr. Trainer in his studio. And so that means, let me dry this. Now I could do that as a caricature of myself, or I could grab my magazines and have somebody else join him. Looks like he's got a, right here, it looks like he's got a wind chime hanging off of his tree right there. We might do something with that wind chime. Sorry, gotta dry the paint. Hi, Creator Trish. Hi, Mitzi. Good morning. Hi, Rhonda. Good morning. I thank you for bopping the bots already this morning. I can't believe that YouTube is not aware of those bots. I can't believe that they're not aware of the bots. And I've been so tempted to post in the help center and say, can't you guys do something about us getting hit with chat bots? They are spamming us. They would know other spam. And I would think, I don't know, I guess I can't talk too much about it because I don't know much about it, but I would think that they would be able to get rid of those bots. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Arlene, for taking care of the bots. Let's see, Trish is here. Mitzi came in. Hi, Mitzi. Trish, Kimberly. Bizup was in. Are you guys reporting the bots? Please report them, and just, you know, whoever handles those reports will get an earful. Now I have to decide what I want to do here. I'd love to. I might just thumb through here and see if I can find somebody to visit this artist. This is one on an article on Winslow Homer. Oh, here we go. I'm going to combine some of these. This is magazine art. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to put this lady. Let's fussy cut her out first. I left my scissors in the other room. Let's grab these. I was going to fussy cut yesterday and I fell asleep. I'm still recuperating from the weekend. Let's just kind of quickly fussy cut her. Now I might put her, I don't want to put her where he's painting. And I might put something else over here. Let's just play. And you know, you don't have to have an art magazine. I might grab one of my other magazines and just play in your magazines. This will be kind of a, I don't do the collage like Dee Dee does. I'm not that skilled with collage, but it's fun to play. It's, you know, you don't have to be a Dee Dee to have fun. And you don't have to have an art magazine. You could go get one of your other magazines. I'm trying to think. I have a couple magazines over there I have to go through yet. I might grab them for some collage inspiration. A couple of them, those Reminisce magazines, I didn't want to cut up. Let me fussy cut this. Kimberly saying good morning. Hi, Hudson Sailor Nancy. Good morning. Boy, did I enjoy your carving. You do beautiful. You did Carve December. I think you said this was your 8th year of doing it. Am I wrong, Nancy? I was watching you on Instagram. So do I want to get out my Yes paste for this, or do I just want to use a glue stick? Let's go for the glue stick first. Put her down in there. Give him some company. Give him some company. He opens his studio and he invites you into his home. Now I could see Dee Dee painting the sky out a little here. And it talks about his flower garden. So I think I need some flowers. Let me go over and get those other magazines. Those are the, did I take them out in the other room? These are the ones I want to save. I wasn't going to work with those. I'm going to do those separately. Oh, they're just right by my chair. I didn't have to go across the room. They're right by my chair, on top of the wastebasket. Let's see what I can find in these magazines for flowers. It's Illinois. Ooh, there's a fountain of sorts. You're too school. I guess that's more of a tree. It looked like a fountain to me. Food. Ooh, we could put a waterfall in his garden. A sunset. No, I want flowers. Not seeing them in here. Beautiful, unspoiled, a world away from home. I might save that for another one. I'll just save that page. I'm looking for flowers that to put in his garden. Cowgirl book club, pet bed, smoothies. Surely there's some flower. Oh, there's a dandelion bouquet. Hold on to that. I have a garden book, don't I, here? Don't I have a garden journal? I don't know what happened to it. Surely Victoria magazine will have flowers. Won't it? Usually does. But they're all in vases. Honestly, I thought I had a garden magazine. Good housekeeping. Well, you never have what you want when you want it. We could put that table in there. Let's take that table out. It's kind of small. This is all about Jan Karen. I'm not sure I want to take hers. Got a little giraffe. Come on, flowers. I want flowers. Here's some flowers here that could go for a bush. Kind of small again, but we're gonna tear these out. Cut them out. Looks like I have some Childcraft magazines stuck in there. Ooh, what's this? Bushes. A tree. Oh, here we go. We'll do some of these. That'll be enough. I don't want to hunt all morning for something that's just right. All right, we're going to take these and maybe I'll put those flowers in there. Let's see what's in here. Oh. Oh. That might have to be worked in there somewhere. It's so cute. Very smart. I'm looking for things to put on that page. Apple pie. Child's play. Eat, track and go. Photo memories. I'm not gonna spend all day looking for stuff if I can't find it all. Now, I'll move on. This is kind of cute. My twin siblings keep us entertained. They love playing together. But Carson doesn't look so sure about this hug from Kiana. I'm not sure it fits on this page. We'll put it right there. I want to put this flower garden in here. And, you know, I almost like the whole thing, but I like this fountain. I might cut that fountain out, put this down here, and put that fountain right in there. That's what I'm going to try to do. And we might put something coming out of that fountain. And I'm going to have to turn my magazine to fussy cut it out. You could cut it out with an X-Acto knife, but I don't want to get into all of that. And let's see, I'm going to imagine the base coming down here. I think it comes down like this. We're going to add to his flower garden here. And we might put some I took it out in the other room, but Arlene sent me a magazine that had some garden statues in it, and I might run and get it. So I'm going to put that down. I'll have to cut it off after I put it down. Look, I got a fountain coming through here. We'll do that. And I'm thinking of glue stick, but I don't know how much this will stick. I've got to have another drink of water. My mouth is dry this morning. Hi, Janet Nash. Good morning, Janet. I missed you yesterday. I missed you. I need to go back and watch. I was still, I guess you could say I was still recuperating. I'm still recuperating. I might go to my Yes Pace. This, well, let's just do part of it, maybe. Half of it. Maybe that will be the answer to that. Oops. And so I did the wrong half over here. This just seems like it dries out so fast for me. It's really meant for school. These glue sticks. We're going to add to his garden. Whoops, we want it up a little. Right in there. And we'll flip that over. And I might run out. I was going to take some of my Christmas stuff back upstairs because it was just piling up in here. And I took that book that Arlene sent me. It had a lot of Christmas in it. And I put it on, it's on the steps going up the back steps in the back porch. And I might run and get it because it has garden statues in it. So I might let you enjoy this while I run to run to get it, but let's go ahead and I'm going to put this fountain in here. Put that fountain right in there and put her in here. See how you can change things up? Dee Dee inspires me doing this. And this is a plate. I'm not sure. I'm going to run and get that magazine because I know it has garden statues in it. I'll be right back. Don't go anyplace. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a turtle's tail. Do turtles shake their tail? I said I'd be back in 2 shakes of a turtle's tail. Arlene sent me, is it this one? I hope it is. Yeah, no, that's not it. Oh, I don't want to run back out there. I thought I had it. Well, that's not it, Arlene. Let's see what I can find in here. Find a garden piece here. Home, this is all Christmas. That's why I took it out there. No, this is not what I want. I could put a gnome. Let's find a little gnome and put in that garden. I'm disappointed. I'm so disappointed. I might run back out there and get it. Got some little elves. Oh, I could make a little gnome. I could make a statue too. For all that, I could paint one of these figurines gray. We could do that. I know there's gnomes in here. Here's some gnomes on socks. I know they were selling gnomes. There's a gnome. We'll put my finger there. Oh, come on. This is what it is when you're, oh look, he's carrying an M. He's a Christmas gnome. I could paint him out though. He's big enough. Let's tear this out and this. Got that little guy. This I could paint out. All right. Got this little gnome too. And let's look for a figurine that I could make a statue out of. Let's look for something I can make a statue out of. There's some gnomes. Is this still that lakeside? This isn't what I want. Not what I want at all. We want to paint out a figure that looks like a statue. We could put the owl in there. Tear him out. This is kind of a whimsical owl. Have an owl sitting in the garden. He's got a little birdhouse. It's an awful small birdhouse. He needs a bigger birdhouse. She's baking bread. Where are my people? I want people. I want to make some statues. Might have to paint my own statue. Where are all the people? Could put a dog in there. Honestly, when you're looking for something specific, it never shows up. It's while you're looking. That's why we do fussy cutting. I might have to go to the fussy cuts that I pulled yesterday. There's another dog. I don't care about, I pretty much have gone through these magazines, so here, let's pull this out. Where are all the people? I'm going to look in one more magazine. I might have to look in that art magazine. Ooh, we could do the kids as statues. I really saved those for something else. Look at this. She's teaching them how to brush their teeth. I love that photo. Wow. Where are all the people? We could do a ladies. She's kind of big. I like this one. We could make her a statue. Are there any men in this magazine? Where are the men? Here's that. I was showing pictures yesterday of a store in London. Here it is. Here's the store. And this is all paint. We're going to have that in the TheMeriAtelier. We're going to have a room like that. That's all art supplies. Drawing ink and paints. And look at the window display. I love the window display. We're going to have to do a window display this month of art supplies, I think. That's another lady. Where are the men? I want a man. There's no men in this magazine. I got a woman there. Let's save these out. I don't want to ruin those. Come on, I gotta have some men in here. This stack of magazines. It's a Victoria magazine. That's probably why I'm not finding men. Let's see what the Good Housekeeping has. I just gotta have a man for a statue. Got a ring. Honestly, there's a cat. See, if you're looking, sometimes if you're looking for something specific, there's all sorts of women. Where are the men? I want at least one man. There's a man. Look, I'm not picky. He's going to be painted gray. He's going to become a statue. Ooh. That could go in one of the fountains. Go in a fountain. There's some men. They're all grouped together as a group. Some kids. There's got to be more men. I'm amazed there's not very many men in these magazines. There's a man playing with his cat. He's kind of big. But it's a Good Housekeeping magazine. No men in the Good Housekeeping magazine and in the Victoria magazine. Let's see what's in this. There's a man. He's running a chipper. Now, I'll be. It's amazing. It's amazing. Got got a Lakeside Collection magazine. I don't see any men in there. Let's try this one. I'm looking for a good man. A gift guide. Kind of attracted to those. I'm looking for a man. Come on, I gotta have a man. It's another dog. There's a man with a baby. Well, I know I saved out some pictures of men when I tore out those portraits that I wanted to draw. This is all food. I'm not finding any men. I'm disappointed. All right, let me look at chat. Let me look at chat. Hi, Lori Pink Girly. Lori, I'm playing in that Art America magazine that you gifted me from Keisha's auction. American Art Review magazine. And I picked this photo, this page layout. This is what I've done so far. John C. Trainer. I'm going to leave that. I need to glue that down a little. Or I could just, no, I'll glue it down. He's inviting you into his home. It says, John C. Trainer opens his studio, invites you into his home. Oh, we need a home. I'll have to see what I can do for a home. He invites you into his home. He's opening my studio and my home to the public. Do not miss this rare opportunity to see my flowers. So I put in a garden of flowers over here. This had a fountain. What happened to my fountain? What happened to my fountain? The fountain was here. How could the fountain disappear? Did somebody see what happened to my fountain? I had a fountain right there. I'll run across it. I don't think it's in this mess. I'm going to put some dogs in this garden and a gnome. I can't find the fountain now, honestly. I'm going to put a fountain right there. Well, let's just get on with this. Let's put this little gnome in there. Running around. Gnomes like to build their homes under big oak trees. So I might put him over, well, I don't know. I might hide him over here. They like to build their home between two oak trees. That's what that gnome book says. But this guy's too big to fit in there. I'm going to fussy cut him out. He'll just be running around in the flower garden. And the other one's bigger yet. I probably won't use it now that I look at it. I got this out of the catalog, the Lakeside catalog. And I'm just kind of quickly fussy cutting him out. You would know I'd lose the fountain. I don't know what happened to it. Let's put my gnome down in here. Let's glue it down while I can. I don't think there's anything on here I want. I was going to do that gnome. But he's too big. What did I do with this? Maybe my fountain's up in here someplace. We're going to paint her as a statue. We got this guy sitting under a tree. It's really a lady, I think, but it looks like a guy. I'm just going to kind of rough this until I figure out where I want to put it. That. And I thought this could act as a fountain. And it's 2 hearts. And there I saved that man. Let's put a dog in there. I don't know about the owl. He's kind of big too. Let's grab that dog. A couple of dog pictures. I'll give a dog in there. When I find the fountain, I'll put it in there. I think I'm going to go with that other piece and paint out the mother and daughter thing. Okay, the dog's going to go in here someplace. And that cat's too big. This might become a fountain, a statutory. I have some statutory. I thought I had it in that magazine. I don't want to run back out in the porch and get it. This is a mother and daughter heart, but I'm going to paint out the mother and daughter and make that a garden piece. There, and let's do this dog. Gracie May. Gracie May. Gracie May. And what's this? That's just the back of that. And we're gonna paint her out as a statue. Wish I could find my fountain. I might have to make me a fountain. We'll paint her out gray. She's gonna be a fountain. A statue, a garden statue. Cut off the excess here. Can't see where I'm going with these big scissors. I need my smaller scissors. Are they out here? No. Penelope's here. I started to come out to chat, and then I got distracted. And I'm just rough cutting this, not really doing the best fussy cut job here, but let's see, I think I'll cut this off in here. And this needs to be trimmed a little more. Cut her nose off. Although she's going to become a statue. She could just be walking in there like that, but we're going to make her a statue. All right. Did I throw my fountain away? I don't see it in here. Checking to see if I threw my fountain away. I don't think I did. I'm so disappointed when I have stuff I want. All right. So I could add to these trees. Maybe right in there. And cut this part off. Right in there. The dog could be sitting in the garden, and then the gnome comes down here. This is an awfully big garden piece, and she's going to become a statue. Got another dog there. Now I got to leave that writing. She's going to go down in there. That one, this doesn't fit for me. I need a smaller scissors. Put her in here. No, I like her better over here. I lost my fountain. I don't know about that dog. So disappointed. See if I can't find something. Usually I find some good yard pieces in here. this is what I want. I want one of these. I'm going to get me one of those. It's a tall stand that you can put your phone on. It's a floor one. Usually I find good yard art. These are all Christmas and let it. Oh, look, there's some men. They're wearing. They might make a good statue. I found the man. I guess I need a spring issue of these. There's another man. Found the man in the catalog. Woohoo! Now I'm looking for yard art. This is more. Oh, he's in a hammock. I'll tear him out. I don't know if I'll use him. He's relaxing in a hammock. Oh, there's another man. All Christmassy. Not happy with what I found. We're going to do the one in the camouflage. I'm going to paint him gray. He'll make a good statue. He's in his pajamas. My fountain must have blown over the put all of these pieces right in here because I might want to turn the page. This fussy cut him out. Sorry, I'll be out in a minute to chat. I want to paint this guy out. He's going to become a statue. What I really need, though, is statues. And Arlene sent me a catalog. It was a Christmas catalog, I think, and it had a lot of statues, garden statues in it, statutory art. I might have to come back to that later and put them in here. Or we may create our own statue with this guy. Just kind of hurrying and cutting him out. Dee Dee says when she does her collage, she says her phrase, and I wrote this down in my Society of Idea Collectors. She says, create your own world. Well, we're going to visit this John C. Trainer in his garden. He talks about his, for the first time in over 5 years, I've opened up my studio and home to the public. Do not miss this rare opportunity to see my flowers that inspire my still lifes, the studio that I spend most of my day creating my artworks and my surrounds. I look forward to meeting you. So we are visiting John C. Trainer. He doesn't know it, but we are. We're coming to his home. All right, he's going to become a statue, probably over in here, and she's going to. But I'm going to see if I can't find. I got a guy in a hammock, but he might be another another something else. I'm going to see what I can't find in here. See, I had a fountain that looked like that. I don't know what happened to it. Let's see if we can't find... That could become a statue. Let's see what we can find in here. Could do some of this for his flower art, although that's not his flowers. What can I put in his home, for his home? You would think there would be... These are other artists, but let's see if I can't find a... Yeah, I'm saving you too. That's interesting. Yeah. I like that. What's on the back? Let's take this out. If they could see me doing this, they might be a little insulted that I'm mixing artists on here, but I kind of like this. I'm looking for something that could act as a fountain. Here's a garden tool. I've already torn out of that. You're just going to have to bear with me. I'll be out in a minute. By the seaside. Crystal bridges. There's a sort of a fountain way back in there. Here's a statue in a museum. Oh. Indian art. This reminds me of Toulouse-Lautrec and Art Nouveau. Poster mania in the 1890s. This is cool stuff. This would make a good art journal cover. Both of them would. There's more of it here. Ooh, cool. And I'm at the back. Didn't find anything that I wanted. Except for this. Let's cut that out. This is not a fountain. However, I think it'll look very striking up in here. And it could be a fountain that's sprouting flowers. That could be a fountain right there. Okay. Cut it here. And we're just going to kind of rough cut this out. Because I don't have all day. I think I like this better as a fountain. Got a lot of wiggly lines. Got a lot of wiggle lines. You're fun to glue down. Might have to get out the Yes paste. I don't trust the glue sticks. Oh, I think I'm going to like it. Got a wiggly, it's a very organic shape. A lot of wiggle lines. If you don't have what you need, make it. Good morning to all that have come in. I appreciate you coming. I was a little late this morning getting on. I checked my alarm and it was on. I must have slept right through that alarm. I didn't hear a thing. That's how tired I was. That's how tired I was. I did not hear. I checked. It was set for 4 a.m. All right. This is going to become my fountain right here. I like that in there, but I better trim this off. See, it's even got that shape. Let's cut this off. Of course, it's just hacked. I'll have to get in there better. A little better. Okay. All right, I'm going to come out and chat. That's going to become a fountain. I might have to cut this top part off so that you can see that. Let's cut these off. They're too hard to glue down anyway. I'll shape this up a little so that the fountain will fit in here. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Just in there. Okay, let me come out and chat. Oh, the bots are here. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, Rhonda. Brenda's D. Hi, Brenda D. I can't. I'm reading way across the room. Let's move my tablet. Hi, Carol. Good morning, Carol. Arlene is here. She says, I fussy cut things like that with an X-Acto. Yeah, I do have the X-Acto, and I do fussy cut with my X-Acto, but there's Dee Dee. Mary's creating a world. Yeah, Dee Dee, I'm inspired by you. When you do your collages, you say, create your own world. Dee Dee, we're visiting the home of this artist. He's invited us to his studio. He opens his studio and invites you into his home. Well, I don't really have his home in here. I have his garden. He says, do not miss the rare opportunity to see my flowers that inspired my still lifes. The studio that I spend most of my time and my day creating my artworks and my surrounds. Well, we're doing him in his garden. We're visiting him in his garden. I'm creating a world, Dee Dee, inspired by Dee Dee. Arlene says, Saturday afternoon, it was 78 degrees. Sunday night, it was snowing. Last night, it got down to 20. It's crazy weather. Yeah, they're really having crazy weather in the South, aren't they? I've been watching the weather reports and the storms. We got snow, but it was just, I don't even think it was probably even 2 inches, maybe 1 inch to 2 inches of snow. It's still on the ground, though. It's cold. Dee Dee said it was windy in Georgia. It was windy in Georgia. Dee Dee came in while I was yakking away. Dee Dee says, good morning, Rhonda and Arlene. Mitzi's here. Did you notice the helmet on the page of that last man? No, I didn't, Mitzi. No, I didn't notice the helmet. Mary, do you have plenty of magazines? I have the Midwest Living to give away. I have oodles of magazines, Arlene. I'm trying to get rid of them. I spent watching Tanya on Sunday. I spent all the afternoon fussy cutting, and then my stream that I did yesterday, my impromptu, I'm going to make some magazines of articles that I saved. I have plenty of magazines. There's Sue's. Hi, Sue's. Mary Statuary. Sue's. Good morning, Sue. She says, Mary Statuary. We could do a statue of a gnome. Janet Nash is here. Rhonda's here. Hudson Sailor. This one back to where Hudson Sailor came in. How do I find Keisha's auctions? Rhonda dropped a link to it. Keisha's Creations auction. I think that's where I didn't buy this magazine. Lori bought this magazine and gifted it to me. I think that was from Keisha's Auctions, American Art Review magazine. And I've been wanting to do something with it, but I wasn't sure what. And you know, you have to understand that the art in this magazine is by other artists, so I don't want to, you know, I'll use them right in the magazine. I'm not going to try to claim any of their art as my own. I don't want to do that because I'm not that good. There's really some good art in here. Carol was in here. Lori came in. Gigi. Hi, Gigi, if you're still out there. Jersey. Laura was here. She said, it's trash day. I'm running around like crazy person, trying to purge everything I can. Sorry if I missed the chat. So Janet's picking up trash today. Not Janet. Laura. Laura Sullivan. Jersey Laura. Our Jersey Laura. Janet Nash says, Trish, dear, quick, let's get coffee. Ann Laura was here. Good morning, Ann, if you're out there. She said good morning to Mitzi. Boy, I miss a lot when I do this. Clint. Hi, Clint. If you're still there, I'm back pretty far here. Sometimes they come in and say hi, and then they go on with the day. Nashua, Hudson Sailor, Whispering Cauldron. Well, Mary, the turtle only shook his tail once, so go for it. I ran back in the back porch to get what I thought was the magazine that Arlene sent me, and because it has garden statues in it. I didn't grab it. I'm not going back out. And I said I'd be back in 2 shakes of a turtle's tail. Janet Nash. Okay, let's go down to the bottom. Arlene says, hi, Mina. Mina says, hi, Mary. I've been lurking. Good morning, Mina. Dee Dee says, Arlene. Denise, I think Denise is Dee Dee's daughter, is coming over. I will stream with me tomorrow. Oh, cool. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Dee Dee streams on Wednesdays at 8:30, Monday and Wednesdays at 8:30 Eastern. Wonderful, Dee Dee. Rhonda says, I can't wait. And Rhonda, thank you for bopping the trolls. Do you have this bad of trolls in your stream, Dee Dee? I mean, they've been all over the place this morning. Rhonda's twirling her wrench. Rhonda and Arlene both are. Mina says she's been lurking. I don't know. It just seems to me like YouTube could do something about. I'm going to move this. This is my accumulation of scraps, my desk scraps. And we took a book, we took a novel, and just folded the pages and made a scrap holder out of it. And I should start using these because it's filling up fast. It's filling up, but not this morning. I'm going to play in magazines today. I've been having fun with, I'm going to move this behind me. I've been having fun with magazines here the last couple days. I should finish my December daily before the 12 days of Christmas is over with. I'm looking for my cord. I've got to plug you guys back in or you're going to fade away on me. What happens is I move this way over here. Move it closer to me so I can see it. Plug you guys back in so you get some juice. You'll be juiced up. Might help if I put it in the right way. There we go. You're only at 80%. Dee says, hi Dee Richley. She says they've been bad in almost all the streams here lately. Well, you know, over the New Year's, they really weren't that bad. I'm going to get out my Yes paste. I just don't trust those glue sticks to hold that much. Let's get out my Yes paste. I've been using it like crazy. And let's start back again. I'm going to start with this. It's going to become my fountain here. This is a fountain and it's got flowers either behind it or coming out of it. I haven't decided. In this case, it's a vase of flowers in real life. And let's put this down here. And I think I'll use a palette knife. And I got out a towel, but I moved it. I don't know what I did with it. So let's get out another one. Probably fell on the floor. Oh, it's underneath here. Gonna say it went the way of my fountain. This is the palette knife I like because it's got this nice wide edge here, but I don't like it wet. I put it in there because I used it to either paint or glue. I think I used it last to glue with. All right, I think I'm pretty much done with the scissors. Alrighty. And what I like about the palette knife with the Yes paste is I can get here underneath of the rim of the jar where that paste kind of builds up. And also I like because I can scrape it, you know, when it's like painting with paste. Painting with paste. And I like it because it doesn't dry out on me as if I'm slow. It's still sticky in there. All right, let's put this down. I think I'll put it right. I think I'll put it down further. Right in there. Just like that. And let's grab this towel. Kind of just fits in there, doesn't it? The magazine's kind of shiny. The light's shining off of it here, but I can't do too much about that. All right, so let's see. I was going to put that little gnome down in here. We're going to put him down here by the fountain. But I got some opposite above right stuff that needs to be painted out. Maybe with this, a dab of black squirted out. And let's do a little bit of this green. Excuse me. I'll put the green on here. And let's just take a finger paint, a dab of black in there, and mix it up. And just kind of paint that out. I need my wax paper under there. That's really too much. Let's dab that out a little. I just want the words covered up. That's better. Let's dab a little of that over in here off of my towel just to kind of blend it in a little. All right, I'm going to dry that. My sack that I'm using for a litter bag is stuffed full. Let's get out my heat gun. Dry this off a little. Create your own world, Dee Dee says. I wrote that down in my Society of Idea Collector as a Dee Dee quote. Create your own world. That's a Dee Dee Willingham quote. You have a few bots coming in. Well, I think they found me. I think I'm going to send a message to YouTube and say, can't you guys do something about these spammy bots? Oh, I tore his little hat off. I'll have to put that back. Oh, I'm tearing my gnome apart here. The gnome says, be careful. I'm just a gnome. Be careful with me. We'll have to put his hat back on him. Now we can put him over here now that I've painted him out a little. He says, I'm just a gnome. Be careful, put my hat back together. There, he's under the fountain. Now we got a dog. We're going to paint this man. I'm going to paint him gray, and we're going to paint her gray as statues. And look at that paint. I'll leave it there. We've got a dog. This lady is going to be sitting down here. She's going to be visiting kind of with him. She could be sitting up here. He could be painting her, but he's really painting flowers. I should put some flowers in there. So she's just visiting. She's sitting here. Looks like she's doing her knitting. So let's save her out. We've got, that was the flower that I cut off. All right, let's do the statues of gray while I'm inspired to do it. They're just going to become gray statues. And I'm going to use this black paint up there and mix some white with it. And I'm going to do finger painting again. Oh, you guys can't see it. I'm just mixing some gray up above. And I might have to cut out his arm. In these little spaces in here, one technique that Dee Dee does instead of cutting is she'll paint. So in there where there should be a space between his body and his arm, she'll paint that out. He's becoming a statue real fast. Have to be careful or I'll be ripping them apart too. I'm going to kind of leave his face. Get a little water on my finger. Kind of leave his face so you can kind of see his eyes. Where's that towel I was using? What happened to, oh, I threw it away. Uh-oh, I'm running out of towels. Might have to get up and go over in the corner and get new towels. Get some of that. Oh, not too much, Mario. You'll rip his head off. Maybe I better dry that. I just don't have enough room on my desk for everything. I need more white. You can't see, I'm mixing, well, you can kind of see I'm mixing gray up there. This is just a magazine image, so the paper's really thin. So when it gets wet, it gets very brittle. And curly. Okay, they might go together. I almost feel like leaving her like that, looking at the man's statue. I think I'll do that. And let's get a little brush out and do a little bit of body work here. Right in there. Between us. In fact, we could kind of outline it. His hand kind of comes down like so, if I remember. And his head. And that. And she's just going to be looking at him. Oh, you have a man statue in your yard. How cool. Yeah, I kind of like that. He's not much to look at, but he's all I could find. I'm going to leave her as she is. We'll kind of move this and let it set for a minute. I don't know, his head might need to be defined a little more. We're gonna, you see my cart over here. It's got so much on it, I don't have room to put that. Let's put it over here. I want to do my lady. Where's my lady? I want to put my lady down here. And I moved my wax paper, honestly. Yes, I'm looking for my wax paper. I've got plenty, but it bothers me when I get some out and I don't even move out of my chair and I can't find it. That's aluminum foil. Here it is. It bothers me when I lose things in 3 feet of space. All right, we're gonna put my lady in here. some glue on her. Glue her in good. We're going to put her right down in here. Right there. Kind of like a sticker. And we got a dog. And this tree is going to, this guy's going to come up here and meet with that tree. He's going to be underneath the tree. Let's tear this. He's going to be sitting under the tree, and he's got a dog by him too. Let's cut this off. Put him right up in there. Actually, I think I'll cut that part of the tree off, so it looks like it goes up to this tree. I think I like that better. All right, let's glue that down. And I'm sorry about the glare here. I can't do much about it. Okay, it's dark in here with no light because it's early in the morning. It's 6:09 Central Time, 7 Eastern Time. Arlene, are you doing it yourself? Arlene says, not right now. Not until we are finished repairing the damage from the worm, can't read it. The something virus. Maybe that's the issue. I'm so slow that you have to already, you already have it done by the time I try. I don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes I read that chat good from a distance, and sometimes I really strain to read that chat. I wish I could make it bigger on my tablet. I don't know if my font size would work on this or not. Settings. Do I have a settings on this? Chat stream. Let me check. We have report, quality, captions, playback speed, and help and feedback. We should be able to enlarge that chat font size on the tablet. Kimberly saying good morning to Mina and Anne. Okay, this is going to be sitting under the tree up here. It fits right in there. Oh, I'm liking that. And there's a dog here. Where am I going to put him? I want to put some flowers in there. Where am I going to put this? See, I just don't have enough room on my desk for everything. Just don't have enough room. I really should have put him behind. He doesn't really fit there. He's kind of big. He could be on this side by the fountain. He'd be right in there. That's about the best place he fits. He could fit over here too. Right in there. Right by the fountain. I was thinking about the dog lifting his leg by the fountain. Excuse me for thinking that, but that's what I thought when I looked at him. He says, I've already taken care of that duty, Miss Abrams. You don't have to worry about it. Mary's mumbling to herself about dogs and fountains. Oh dear. I'll put him right there. On the other side of the gnome. All right. What else do I have here? I got another dog, but he's going to be for something else. This is Scrap. I got Car. Scrap. This is Flower, but that's not what I want. Scrap. I can throw all this stuff away. I lost my other fountain. I got this. Yeah, I'll keep it out for something else. All right, I want some more. I want some flowers that he's painting in here. And there's a little birdhouse off over in here. Usually those lakeside catalogs have birdhouses. See, we need a birdhouse up here in that tree. We need a birdhouse and some flowers. And let's glue this down better. I put down with a glue stick. There. And let me tip this a little so you can see it better. The light is glaring on it. I might paint this a light blue in there. It's so light. Let's go in with some light blue. Put a dab of blue on here. And mix some of this with white. And let's just finger paint it. Maybe a little water on that. Kind of blend that in a little. Judy uses, I guess I'm going to have to get some baby wipes. Dee uses a lot of baby wipes. I have baby wipes, but goodness knows where they are now. All right, I'm happier with that being a light blue. And I'm going to put a birdhouse up there. Let's see if I can find a birdhouse in those magazines, those catalogs. Usually have some sort of a birdhouse. Hopefully that one does. I think I'm going to use this journaling spot. It says, come let this special destination enliven your senses. Mary's looking for a birdhouse. Let's see if I can find a birdhouse in this magazine. Oh, look. There's some garden pieces and ladybugs. Oh, let's take these out. And let's take the ladybugs out. There's got to be a birdhouse in here. How did I miss this issue? There's some wind things, some numbers. There's got to be a birdhouse here, some topiary. Come on, there's got to be a birdhouse in here. Dogs. Ooh, this is cool here too. There's some garden art. There's some flowers down here. I don't see a birdhouse, though. I might have to make one. There's a dog again. Come on, I want a birdhouse. Usually you're selling them. Here's some statues of kids. That's what I was looking for. But oh, here's a bird on a feeder. All right, that might do it. Well, I'm glad I pulled that out. we'll go for the bird feeder first. Stack it up there on that cart, just getting more and more and more. I think I'll save those. And let's do the little statue, garden statues here. Oh, there's some birds on the sidewalk luminaries. There's some statues. See if there's anything on here that I really want. Here's some flowers. Here's some, these are pretty. These are neat. They're made out of iron. And the ladybugs and the flamingo and peacocks. All right, yep. We're gonna do his garden up for him here. Let's cut some ladybugs out. Oh, and there's some bees too. Garden bugs. Garden bugs, they're calling them. Let's cut the bees out. 4 metal garden bugs. They look like bees to me. And let's do these. I'm going to save that. And we'll get the flowers here. He's going to be painting flowers. That's kind of cool. I might save that. And these are going to be kind of hard to cut. Create your own world, Dee Dee says, when you do this collage. I'm kind of envisioning what it might be like to visit this artist's garden. Of course, he says, Mary, it's nothing like that. My garden is designed by P. Allen Smith or some garden designer. All right, what shall I start with? The bird feeder up here. I'm going to have to be careful with it with my palette knife. I tend to and I think I can leave the blue around it. It'll blend in. Dee Dee uses paint to blend this stuff in around the edges. But I think this will blend in right in here. And in fact, it might blend in with that tree. No, not quite. I'll cut that off. We're putting a hummingbird on his tree, a hummingbird feeder. And I'm leaving the blue around it because I do think it's going to blend in. Pretty much. And let's grab my wax paper here. Pull that out. I'm just going to use my finger. Be careful on this. I might have to spritz that Yes paste with a little bit of water. If you leave it out in the air too long, it gets a little thick. All right, we're going to put this right up in there. Ah, there we go. Now let's do the only trouble is I get my hands all yucky. Let's do the garden kids. Where are they gonna go? Where are they going to go? I have to figure it out. Maybe over on this side. They're kind of big for this piece now. Could put them up in there. Might have to fit them in behind there. We'll see. I'll cut them out first. I might have to split them up a little. Split these kids up. Let's look at chat. Let's see. Arlene says, there are crafts everywhere. My kitchen table is my sewing room. It is Eileen. I can't stand flamingos. Yeah, Eileen and her flamingo. It's not a fear. She just doesn't like them. All right, I think I'm going to split these kids up so I can fit them in here better. So I'm just going to fussy cut this little one out. I might have to split them up. And they might become my statues instead of my man and woman. I might do that man and woman. On another page. These look more like statues. These are what I was thinking of, garden statues. I'll cut her out better in here. Do a better job, although that will probably blend in. Could put it down by the dog. Put her down by the dog, or I could put her up. I'm thinking up in there. Maybe over here, or even under the tree. Maybe behind. Maybe right in there. We'll see. I'm not sure I like it there. But he could be, this could be a statue and he's back in the distance. Kind of like it there. Let's see what I can do with this one. And I'm just kind of rough cutting these. I'm not spending a lot of picky time fussy cutting these. This little one is, I don't know what he's doing. Looks like he's got a drink. Oh, he's holding a candle or something because he's got a glow. And she is too. Holding a, it looks like a candle, but it's probably a, oh, with the sun. Solar candle. And I need a smaller scissors. And I don't have them out, and I don't want to go looking for them. If I don't fix this thing, it's going to fall. There. Create your own world, Dee Dee says. I'm creating John C. Trainer's garden as I visited it one day. I got tired of the snow in Nebraska. I don't know where he's located. Oh, I did. I think he's in, what did I say, Connecticut or Vermont? He's probably got snow too. We're doing time travel. We're thinking of the nice warm days spent in the flower garden. I'm trying to figure out where is best to put these. Kids! Yes, paste on my finger. I kind of like her behind him, or in front of him. And I don't want to mess up the writing. I could hide this one behind the gnome. Or just put him down here. It's kind of getting crowded down there. Put him down here by the dog. I'm going to put the little boy down by the dog. I think I'll put the little girl next to the lady, because she's not too far from the little boy. I could put the little girl on the other side of the dog. Let's do that. It's awful crowded down there, but it makes sense to me. That's what I'm going to do. And then we're just going to put some flowers in there, maybe paint out a little bit more, and we'll call it done. Gotta be careful when you're gluing these, because they rip awful easy. They're just magazine. In fact, they're catalog paper. They're pretty thin. Up. I'm gonna put him right down here by the dog. Makes sense that the little boy would be sitting by the dog and the little girl on the other side of the dog. Must be his kids or his grandkids. Statues of them in his garden, or for his grandkids. Maybe. Statues for his grandkids. When they come to visit, they say, I want to see the little boy and the little girl. And the doggy. The doggy's real. The boy and girl are statues. I'll show it close up after I get it all done. Now I just need some flowers. I might do a little more. Need something in here to... He looks like he's floating. And I think this needs to be more of a sign. All right, let's... Oh, we got the ladybugs. We could put a little ladybug down here by her. We don't need all the ladybugs. Oh, and I'm going to cut their feet off. I don't want to do all the fussy cutting around their feet. They've got 6 feet. And I'll draw their antenna back on. I'll draw their feet and antenna back on. I don't want to fool with all of that. Along come a spider and sat down beside her. Along come a ladybug and said, I'll be your rug. Let's cut this, trim it off a little. And then I'll draw the feet and the antenna back on. I still need some flowers. He's painting flowers. Let's put it there. And no, that's not what I want. I want an ink pen. And these ink pens that you get at the Dollar General, you always have to tighten these up. Let's do an antenna here. And some feet. Okay. I think I'll draw a line. He's floating. Kind of blur it in a little. All right. And he's kind of blurred into the background. You don't see him too well, but he's painting a picture, and he's actually painting these in here, but you don't see him too well. I'm going to save my ladybugs. Oh, I got cats and other bugs, but I'm not going to get them all on there. And the flamingos aren't going to get on there. Let's do the peacock at least. And I think I can make this blend in. Maybe. And it's got a peacock tail here. And he's standing here. I'm not sure about this. Uh-oh, where am I going to put it now? I like it down in there. I don't have to have the feet. Sorry about that. You've been spotted. I don't know where it left off at. Let me zoom in a little if I can. I can't zoom in too much because my magazine's pretty tall. I don't know where I left off at. I think I'm done with my Yes paste. Hi, thank you guys for sticking with me. How long was I out? How long was I out? I did flowers. How long was I out? I did flowers. I did flowers here around him. Might put some flowers right in there yet. Do I need flowers in there? Yeah, I think I do. I put this man down. I put some pink flowers around there. I put my peacock in there. Let me put this one flower in there. And before I put this glue away, I'm going to spritz a little water in it. And before I put this glue away, I'm going to spritz a little water in it. It will dilute with water, and it'll just help keep the glue more moist. There. He's painting in his garden. And he's really faint in here. I might do something to bring him out a little bit more. He wasn't that vivid in the first place. I'm going to just spritz a little bit of water in there and let it sit. I don't think it'll get moldy. I think I'll just kind of sit around. So that glue will, because I leave the lid off of it while I'm working with it, and it gets a little sticky. They say to put the lid back on, not leave the lid off, so I might need to do that more often. I think I'm pretty happy with this in the long run. I want to do a little bit of, I want to come out and chat. Let me wash my hands off. And I want to do a little bit of painting on this now. I've got some, yeah, I got some things to fix on it. We'll do it with the glue stick. Let me wash my hands. Hi, Tina. I was out for 8 to 10 minutes. That long? I was looping off and on. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. It's the internet. I'm on my mobile phone. I've been thinking about getting a new computer. I was telling my brother, I think I'm just going to go get one at Best Buy. I want to stream with Lisa and Tanya, and they use StreamYard. And Dee Dee, you know the trouble I had with StreamYard and my mobile device. And it's about time for me to just go get one. And I've got some money saved up. I've been saving, believe it or not. I don't need a $2,500 computer. I want a decent one. So see, today's Tuesday. I might make a trip. I don't feel like going today. I'm a little tired today. I might get some rest tomorrow and go tomorrow. Just go buy me one. Go buy it. I'm really afraid to do too much to him. I might just leave him the way he is. And I'm going to leave this print. But what I think I'll do, let's wash off my palette knife. Clean my palette knife a little. That's my favorite palette knife with the angle, but it's gunky. I'll put some hand sanitizer's got alcohol in it. It cleans them pretty good. Not perfect, but pretty good. That edge here. All right, that's good enough. I'm going to put this in my drawer so I don't lose it. Oh, Dee Dee, you didn't need to do that. Oh, bless your heart. Adding to Mary's Tech Fund. Thank you, Dee Dee. I think that I'm just going to go up. I'm going to look online today and see what they have. I think I'm just going to go buy it retail. I could buy it through Amazon, but I'm not willing to wait. I'm not willing to wait. Thank you, Dee Dee. That's so sweet of you to do that. I'm going to take this pen and go around the writing here, because I want that to kind of stand out. Oh, I should go around this. I can, actually, this pen is water soluble. Let me get a little hand sanitizer on it. Let's wipe that out a little. Not totally, but more. And I want this to kind of be to stand out a little. I could do that with paint. This black paint is juicy, juicy. And I just tip it and it runs out, but it makes a nice line. So let me just tip this just a bit. Did I get it on there? I think I did. And let's go for that little brush I was using. Still, let's use the black. Line in here. This is his invitation to you to come visit him in his home and his studio. How would you like to visit an artist studio? I would love to visit some of those studios that they show in Where Women Create magazines. And they said, well, Mary, that's why we do the magazine. We invite you in via the magazine. John C. Trainer Studio. He says, it's kind of hard for you guys to see it because of the glare. He says he opens his studio and invites you into his home for the first time in over 5 years. Wow. I'm opening up my studio and home to the public. Do not miss this rare opportunity to see my flowers. And so I put all sorts of flowers over here that inspire my still lifes. The studio that I spend most of my days creating my artworks and my surrounds. I look forward to meeting you. Sincerely, John C. Trainer. And let's see, I'm going to put a little line, just a little line up in here. And I don't think I need it in there. I'm going to leave that alone. I might darken this area down here. Kind of give it a border. And this really needs some sort of flower or something in there, but I'm going to leave it plain. We'll put a border around this. And I don't know, the kids, I'm going to leave them alone, but I think I'll put a border around the entire page here. I need more paint, but I don't want it to juice all over the place. It's really juicy paint. I don't know why it's so thin. And it's shiny now. It'll dry matte. It'll dry matte. I gotta be careful that I don't put the cover in it. Oh, there's my pink flower. Where's my fountain now? There's my pink flower that I was looking all over for. Where can I put it? Over here. Right over here by the gnome. Right in there. I got so much in there. I'll have to decide later. I'll put it up here. Finish my border. I need wax paper under this. So find you a magazine and create you a world. Create you a world. A National Geographic magazine is fun to play in. I actually, when I did those fussy cuts yesterday, I found a sea life. It was all blue and everything under the water in the sea. And I said, I see Dee Dee in this page. I saw Dee Dee. I said, this would be something Dee Dee would do for the base color. She starts out with color, and then she takes it into worlds of her own. Let me move this over a little, center it a little better. I think I'm pretty happy with this. This is, the light's shining on it, though. Let me get rid of my paint here. Almost dripped it. Let me hold it up so you can see it better. Let me hold it up. It's not quite dry up at the top, but see, he's... This lamp pack a little. He's in his garden painting. And then I put a lady in there. She's just doing her... I think looks like she's knitting. Looks like she might be knitting. I got that out of another painting in this magazine. And then we gave him a peacock. And up here's a hummingbird feeder. Up there. And we put a ladybug down here. This is his invitation in here. Flowers around him. I hunted all over for those red flowers. And then over on this side, I lost my fountain. So I cut a vase and it looks like a fountain. Cut the top of a vase off. We put a gnome in there. Put some little garden statues down here and a dog behind them there. And then his flower garden comes over this way. And back in here is his home and his studio probably. And that's his name. So I'm happy with it. It's a collage. It's a world. Oh, let's look at chat. Thank you so much for the tech fund contribution, Dee Dee. Hi, Renee. Good morning. Hi, Candy. Hi, Deb. I was timed out for 8 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. I was in there just chattering away looking for red flowers. I was looking for these red flowers over here. Boy, and I'm really lagging on my own screen. Let's get me live. There I am. Deb is here. Jennifer. Deb says, hello, Jennifer. Nice to meet you. Elise is here, and Laura is here. Mitzi. Candy. Creative Play Every Day. Is that Jennifer? Good morning, Creative Play Every Day. Sounds like fun. Creative Play every day. Aw. Arlene, Dee Dee. Arlene says, I have to mod an event over the night. I doubt I will be in Mary's stream tomorrow. On my stream tomorrow, Arlene, won't be long because Dee Dee comes on. I try to do clusters on Wednesday, and I have a lot of cluster. I think I'll start a cluster book tomorrow. I think that will be on my plate for tomorrow, is to start a cluster book. I'm going to put my paint away. I think I'll start a cluster book. Find places to put this paint. I get it out, where does it go? I got to clean this whole shelf out because I get these paints out. I have, the white usually goes up on top. And I just fit the other paints in where I can find a spot. But the spots are getting used. I've got some glitter in there that doesn't need to be in there. What's that? Some crayons. One more, 2 more tubes here. Here, they go right there. Alrighty. Let's see, what else is going on here? Ruth? Did Ruth come in? Mitzi says, good morning to Ruth. Candy's here. Ruth says, good morning, Mary and everyone. Anna Olivier. Good morning, good morning. I'm just going to call you Anna. Hi, Tina. Renee is here. Ann Lar, Arlene, Deb Farrow, Jennifer, Jacqueline. Lovely's Crafting Lodge is Jacqueline. Elise. I'm just going up the... Arlene says, the guy didn't have any mods. I told him I would help. Then he changed from 2 hours to 5 hours. I'm going to do it, but won't again. Oh, okay, Arlene. You are so helpful when you come in here. You and Rhonda, I don't know what I'd do without you guys. Deb, Ann's here. She's got a blue wrench. Mary, about 10 to 15 minutes ago, about 5 minutes. Dee Dee said I was out about 5 minutes. Mitzi said 10 to 15 minutes. That I was offline. Tina says, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Oh. You know what? I have that new phone. And I can turn sound on for that new phone. And I might start doing that. But if I get a laptop, hopefully I can hook it up to the Ethernet. And I won't have this problem with timing out. I'm going to get rid of all these scraps here. So I think that might be, I might just make a trip up. Well, I might make my trip up to Best Buy tomorrow. I'm going to look at a new laptop. That's what I'm going to do. All right, it's 7 o'clock. This is Tuesday. I'm usually on until 9. I really haven't anything else planned. Let's keep in this under my, I guess it's okay. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more now so you can see more of my desk. Well, that's about all I can zoom out. Wow, that magazine's a big magazine. Dee Dee says, sorry, stepped away. Yes, at Michael's and Hobby Lobby. Are there sales going on? Let me go down to the bottom here. What are you guys talking about? Deb says, I just can't move too fast. Let's see. Deb, just play for about 20 minutes and you'll wear them out. My puppy helpers will be gone today. Pray for me. Those puppies move awful fast, don't they? Arlene, yes, at Michael's. Let's see. Arlene, Dee Dee, does Prima sell single pencils? I've used a couple far more than others. And Dee Dee says, yes, at Michael's and Hobby Lobby. Michael's is having a big sale, and like a 80% off. I saw on one of the ads that came on, I think, on YouTube ad or Facebook. You can order them from Blick or Mr. Art. They're cheaper, but you can't check the cores online. And when Dee Dee says check the cores, she means when you buy colored pencils that sometimes the inner lead breaks and you sharpen it and the lead falls out. I think that's what Dee Dee means. I do too. Prefer buying that stuff. I don't do a lot of colored pencils and I don't do a lot of coloring, but I may change that this year and actually try some coloring. Of course, you know, I love to melt crayons. Let's look some more of this. Maybe I'll just do some reverse collage. This is an art review, American Art Review magazine that was gifted to me by Lori, Pink Girly Lori. I think she got it at Keisha's auction. And I'm just going to do collage like this in it. This is going to be my other world. My other worlds. Let's find one to work in. There was some Winslow Homer back in here. I love this. Ooh, let's get inspired by this. Art Nouveau. And you know what I like to do? Ooh, look, there's more Art Nouveau. I'm inspired by this. However, I think I'll use it as inspiration. And let's get out let's play. Oh, magazines are falling behind me because I throw them on this wastebasket. My fountain's probably on the floor here someplace. Let's do this lady in my new art journal. This is the journal that I made for January. And I got a lot of pages to use, so I better get busy. I got ledger pages in here. I wouldn't be surprised if I carried this over to February. Let's do it this way, because she's in landscape mode. And I'll start out by sketching her. And this is water-soluble ink in this pen. This is just the dollar store pen. That is what I have at hand. And I'm just going to sketch her on here. Century Magazine, Midsummer Holiday Number, The Century, New York. Let's read a little about it. Poster mania in the 1890s, America. Although it's difficult to imagine Posters were once among the most popular collectible items in America. By the 1890s, the Industrial Revolution allowed workers to do more in less time. It created a growing economy, providing America's emerging middle class with the opportunities for leisure time. And then it goes on and on. The posters were printed by the commercial lithography process, which was invented in 1796. Its use rapidly expanded with improvements in economy and speed during the Industrial Revolution, and by the 1890s, steam-powered presses and roll paper allowed for quick and inexpensive production of multicolor printed materials. Magazine and book publishers used their higher quality presses to print posters. Very cool. And let me hold this up so you guys can, she's got red hair. I could almost do a stencil of her, but I'm going to draw her on here first. And maybe what I'll do is draw it and then copy the stencil, put my overlay over this. Do I want her big or small? See, sometimes when I start a new drawing, if I kind of look at this and say, okay, her head goes up in here, her shoulders go kind of like this, and she's got a curvature of a body. That doesn't mean I get it all in proportion. And her leg will come out this, sorry, I got paint on my fingernail. It looks like I got dirty fingernails. Oh dear. And her knee comes up that way, but this leg is longer, so. And her body, see, her body goes at maybe not quite a 45-degree angle, maybe more of a 35-degree angle. Well, that might be 45 degrees. Yeah, I guess about a 45-degree angle of a slant because she's leaning against a tree. So let's start with these big puffy sleeves. And do I need to zoom in a little now again? I can't. The problem is I can't get everything on this in view. Maybe just a little. Well, that might be too much. There. Then bring it over this way a little. I color a lot, Arlene says. I have a color printer. Just color everything. I enjoy it. Okay, here's Arlene's doily. If I don't move that, I'm going to ruin it. I'm going to put it inside here because I'll be running my hand on here. So I decided she's sitting at maybe a 35-degree angle here with her sleeve against this tree. So let's start out with her shoulder. And, you know, I may goof this up. I'm not always the best. She's got big puffy sleeves. Kind of looks like a big old leaf there. A big old flower puffy sleeve. And it's got a band going like that. And then it curves out and puffs down. This is really part of her arm in here, and her elbow comes in there. I might have to do this more than once because I think this is kind of big. And then move this down a little. Her shoulder comes here. I might have to do a sketch and then do another one. We'll see. Her collar comes down this way, sweeps down like that, and like that, and comes up this way. And her neckline, kind of like so. This kind of comes more like that. I think I got this too big, but we're going to play with it for now, and if I have to draw it again, I will. And she's got kind of a belt underneath of her breast area in here. It's a high-waisted dress, I betcha. And her arm comes out this way, and it's got some fabric going across here. And let's make these, just for the fun of it, let's make these lines dark so you guys can see it. And then it's got some gather marks in here. And up in here. And it comes down this way. And then this has two like that, and then it has little circles in it. This is kind of, I'll call this a study for right now. And her arm comes up like that, and she's holding this book with her thumb coming out that way. Uh-oh, I'm going to run into trouble there. There's trouble in River City with her hand. Not too bad. Not too bad, but not all that good either. And then she's holding this book. It kind of comes down, meets that blouse, and it comes down this way. And then it also goes out this way, and you can kind of see her fingers over here. Two of them. All right. And there's printing on that book. And there's more than one page. And then she's sitting down here. And this is where I think I'm going to miss it because, well, I might get it all on there. She's seated here. Her knee comes up. Her knee is just a little bit above her fingers here. Her knee comes up this way and then kind of comes down. And she's got a leg coming down this way, but you don't see, you just see a little bit of the fabric of her dress swirling in, and she's got flowers all over her there. And then her other leg, I am going to get it on here. I'm surprised. Her other leg comes this way. And let's see, this comes down a little bit more and like that. And then you don't see her foot. Well, maybe you do. It's kind of hidden in there, hidden behind a flower. Her foot. And I think what I need, though, is her dress in alignment with her body here. So I either have to move her body up a little or move the dress down a little. And the knee works. Move that down a little bit more. And maybe even this. And I'll paint that out. And let's move her foot down a little bit more here. And there's flowers in there. Okay, now her head is what I'm worried about. Let's move it closer to me. I wish I could expand this. I could take a picture of it, but then I can't see you guys. What did Arlene say? Rhonda, shame the bots can't have my ex's name. It would be more fun. Do you want to get your bop your ex with a blue wrench, Arlene? Hi, Barbara Chicken Pot Pie Society. Dee Dee's in here. Cecilia says, your dreams online. Huh. Cecilia Johns. Oh, and there she goes. Hey, thank you, Rhonda. Your dreams online, huh? Well, that was actually, they were saying something like, Aardvark Tech or something like that. I can't remember. Thank you, Rhonda. Bop. Oh, there you go. There's another one to bop, Rhonda. Bop that butt. Bop the butt. Bop the butt. Thank you, Arlene. Their little snots bop the butt. Say our snots. They're spamming my stream. They're spamming my stream with nonsense. Although your dreams online was really kind of a nice sentence. I read it. Rhonda says, Arlene, it'll be a long night for you if he doesn't have another mod. You basically are bound to looking at your computer. Tell him he needs more mods, Arlene. Tell him to assign some mods. Because if he gets hit with bots like I am, he'll need mods. Forget it, I won't chat, Arlene, or Rhonda says. I was typing when that one came in. Don't, you can chat. If a few of them make it through, you guys, I think I'm gonna talk to YouTube. This is ridiculous with all these bots. You know, I think YouTube, now I could be wrong, but we streamed for almost 48 hours over the New Year holiday, and we didn't get, you know, maybe one or two bots. So did YouTube have something to do that, or were the bots just out celebrating? Being hit by all these bots is, YouTube should be able to do something about this. I'm going to see what's going on in the help forum about bots and all these chats being hit by bots. You'd think YouTube would be aware of it. I wish I could expand these flowers a little. Let's put a few of them in. Let's see, we'll draw one up in here if I can see it. They come down like so, and they're red, and they have petals sort of like that, and then they have stems that come something like that, and they're red. And then there's another one that comes in here, and I'll be painting this out. Something, and then here's a little flower here that's just a simple little petal flower. And there's all sorts of flowers here. There's some green ones that look like this. So you could sit here all day and put little tulipy flowers in. These are bowing their heads. There's about 3 of them that are bowing their heads here. 4 of them. Let's see. Yeah, I just can't imagine that YouTube is not aware of these bots. And I just wonder if they did something over the New Year's to stop the bots and turned it off again. They need to turn it back on. Here's another one of these little round flowers up in here. And they're all, then these leaves, she's covered with leaves that go like this. And they're very Art Deco-ish, or Art Nouveau, not Art Deco-ish. It's more Art Nouveau. And then it has some leaves, some pretty organic type leaves coming out this way. And I don't have to put a lot as much as they have. I need to do her head. I'm afraid to. She's looking down. You know, I think what I'm going to do here, let's get a piece of paper. I cut some of these papers for origami, to practice origami. I'm going to cut this and practice her head. I'm going to practice because I just feel like I might mess it up. We're going to practice her head here. How do I want to cut that? Like this. And if I mess it up, well, I messed it up on this practice paper. Let's put a little... I'm going to practice her head before I actually draw it in there. Put a little piece of tape on it. All right. Oh, it's going to bounce up on me. Where's my... Did I hang it back up already? I got a clip over here hanging off of my cart, and one of those bulldog clips, and I hang this tape on that clip on my cart. It works real well. I know where to go for my tape now. Yeah, I think I'm going to go look at computers tomorrow. If I find a good deal, I think I'm going to invest. All right, so this comes up this way in her neck. She's got hair coming down like that. And her head is actually, she's reading a book. So her head is actually at an angle. Her hair. And coming that way. And maybe that way. And her ear is in here. And she's got a curl. And her hair comes up, and she's got leaves in her hair. I'm not sure I'm happy with this part of her head. And then her hair swoops down. Swoops down and kind of comes into a tie and swoops down onto her blouse area. And let's see, I might have to refine this a little. And this is the part I'm afraid I'll mess up. Her neck comes up that way. And she's got a neckline here. She's looking down. So I'm just going to put a little line there to remind me she's looking down. And let's do her eye. And her nose comes out like that. No, that's not right. See, I don't have... See, that's what I thought. I'm messing up her chin. She doesn't look good in here. So, let's take this off. Double-sided tape might have been the wrong thing to use. When you don't want it to stick, it does, and when you do, it won't. Let's use some painter's tape instead. Let's cut another one. Her head's too big. I don't like her face. Let's cut another one of these. Let's give it a little bit more room in here. And I'm going to put that down with painter's tape. It'd be easier to get up. I knew I'd have to practice this. So I'm going to mess up her head for sure. All right. Maybe one more piece. Arlene says, Abigail, Dust in the Attic. They were created by a YouTuber to to boost viewer counts to get more dollars from YouTube. But other people started doing it too, and it got completely out of control. Well, there should be a law. YouTube should be able to get rid of those bots. Somehow they should be able to identify a bot from a real person. Abigail says, I miss the old days. I figured it had to come down to a money thing. Well, but why are they attacking other channels? I mean, all they're doing is giving me views. You know? Thank you very much. I guess maybe they're attacking other channels because YouTube thinks that you created the bot. Life is complicated. This blouse comes clear down to the book and comes up that way. Her neck comes in this way, her neckline. And her hair comes down, maybe up a little further. And see, I got to get that face in there. And that's what I mess up. And I'm just going to put a line, even though it's in ink, and then I'll come in and do the face. Let's put her eyebrow here. And let's put her chin in next. Maybe that's where I'm messing up. I need to put in her chin. Coming down like that. And we're just going to leave her lips for now. And let's give her a nose. I don't do good noses. It's a fat nose. It's a fat nose. And then her forehead comes that way. It still looks, it's horrible. It's horrible. Well, we're gonna continue with it for now. It's just a trial. I gotta work on that face. She's not a pretty face. Her hair comes up like that. Her hair comes down like that. We're going to paint out that face. I don't like it. I kind of like the shape of the head going on here. Let's paint out the face. It's the face that's bothering me. Let's put a little paint on it. See, she looks okay with no face. The paint's thin, though. It's going to reappear. The face is going to reappear. Well, maybe I'll put the shape of the face in, and then put the shape of the head in, and then work on the face separately. I think I like that idea. Let's let that dry a little. I don't always get it the first time. I have to work on beauty. I have to work on beauty. Most of the bots are created the day they pop in chat. So once AI can detect creation dates, the bots will be detectable. Only a small number of legit viewers get whacked. Where do you get all this information, Arlene? Are you reading YouTube? Where do you get all this information? I've been so busy with my art that I haven't been. Let's tear that up. That's coming off of the paper there. Let's cut this out. What happened to my scissors? I'll cover it up. You've been talking with a guy at the YouTube IT help desk. Oh, okay. Well, that's where I was going to head after chat today, but if you're talking to him, I'm going to let you talk to him and relay the information. Well, kaflooey on them. This comes down a little. Let's cut this out. Now, I'm just going to come back in here and sketch in her head. Like this. Just get the shape of her head up here. And it'll just be her hair. And so I'll know that it comes down. She's got her other side of her dress comes down this way. Okay. Now her hair swoops down. Let's see, it comes down this way, and it's got a tie there. Well, actually, it comes out a little bit more like that. I've been so busy with the streams and everything, I haven't had time to follow up on that. But I still think that there should be a way that they could detect them. Christopher Fernandez Art says, hello, ma'am. Arlene and Rhonda, good to see you guys again. Have a great day. Thank you, Christopher Fernandez Art. There should be able to detect, they should have a way to detect a bot from a real live person. In my opinion, there should be a way. All right. But I'm not, what am I doing here? Do I have her hair too big here? Maybe I need to slender this down a little. And her head, see, I need to put her forehead. I need to work on her hair in here. I need to work on this part. That's the part I'm afraid of. And it's got a band in here, and it comes out that way. That's a little much, though. Comes down a little like that. And it's got leaves. She's got a leaf in her hair. A leaf halo, I guess you would call it. Well, if you're talking to the YouTube help desk, that's a pretty good deal, Arlene. And then there's she's got a band going on here, maybe in here. I'll be painting this out. How I'm pretty. Now I just have to work with getting her head in here. And that's the part that I mess up. So let's just cut a shape. Is that too big? That's too big. so now I want to work with her hair comes down this way. I just have to practice this. I'm messing up on the heads. Her ear is in there, and this comes down that way. Now, I think I'll see if I can find a pencil. In here. Abigail Dusky in the Attic says, Barbara, we are warmer here as well. We are currently at -5 centigrade, much more warmer than last week. Candy says, Barbara, that's my kind of heat wave. Dee Dee says, we might have to get more mods if they don't fix it. Well, what I don't understand is, why do they insist on coming into other channels? Just to be ornery, to be mean? You think that they could get the IP address of the bots online immediately and just drop that IP address right away? Those bots have to have IP addresses, and then grab the IP address and not allow them on YouTube, and then tell them why. You created a bot, and here's the proof. If you want to come on YouTube, you have to behave and quit spamming other people. I think they should grab the IP addresses and delete them off of YouTube. And if they want to go create another IP address, that's probably what they do. I think IP addresses aren't hard to get. But find out who's doing it. There's somebody has to be creating them out there. You should be able to track down the creator. Let's see. I want to tack this down. I'll tell you this. If it were one of us doing that, they would find a way to get rid of us. You know, it seems to be the little person who gets hurt. If one of us accidentally did something like that, we would be bopped real fast. That's my attitude. These guys at YouTube, they're smart. Mary says they're smart. All right, now I'm going to use my pencil because I can erase. And I'm having trouble getting a beautiful face in here. I got the neck. And I got the eyebrow comes right up to the curve. Oh, my brother's up. Hear the squeaky front door. He's getting his paper. All right, her nose comes down. This is where I have trouble with the nose. It's a little better. And then her chin comes this way. I think I'm more relaxed with a pencil. Could that be? I don't know. I don't have an eraser on it. I got plenty of erasers here. I got a eraser stamp. I got my snow globe. And then she's got an eye up in here. I don't like that nose. And then I'll ink it in after I'm happy with it. I'm not happy. Noses are my... Of course, I've got a blunt pencil edge. All right, now she's got a little bit of her eye showing over here. That's better. Let's redo that chin. Area. I don't know if you guys are seeing this. Let's zoom in so you guys can see me struggle with the face. Let's zoom in. Zoop. And zoop. And I'm going to have to move my camera over a little. Uh-oh, my camera's... My phone, I'm going to have to move this over. There. You can see me struggle with the face. It's not bad. It was horrible before. Horrible before. Oh dear. I'm improving. You gotta keep at it if you want it to be. Oops, I put her. I'm still not quite happy with the nose. I don't do good noses. That's a little better. And then she's got a lip and a bottom lip. I'm not really happy with when I do lips either. And her chin comes out this way. And actually it goes, her chin and her neck aren't fitting together here. Her neck comes down like that. I don't like her lip. Do not like it. This is why I'm not doing it in ink. And if you actually look at this and look at it over here, you can't see it over here, but this line really comes down more on her head like that. Like that. That line's wrong. Let's put it down this way. And her ear is in here. And then this curves around that way into the little band that's here. And then her hair comes down that way and goes over her shoulder. All right, let's put this in ink now. Let's see, her eye is there. And you can actually see her eye. Now this is still the practice paper that I'm working on. So if I goof, it won't be a terrible loss. And her nose comes down this way. I don't like the eye. The eye's too dark, too big. I always goof it up. We'll just keep at it. Not too bad. It's not too bad. Let's give her a little bit of a cheeky over here. And her lip. I'm afraid to do much more. Okay, now can I translate that onto here? Let's see if I can do the pencil tracing thing on this. I don't know if I can or not. I'd have to do it upside down. Now, let's see. I don't know. If I can just get the lines, I would be happy. Get that out of my way. I don't know if this is soft enough lead. This is an HB. I need a softer lead pencil to do this. I need a 2B or something. I'm not sure I'm happy with her. Let's cut it. You know, usually I don't have this much, well, but then again, my art doesn't always look like what I'm doing either. All right. I'm going to do the pencil. I'm going to draw it in here. We need to cut this line. Why don't you just glue it in there, Mary? Because I want to draw it in there, but I'm not confident in drawing it in ink on this one. So I'm just going to kind of do some sketching. Her face in lightly, her head in lightly there. So her hair comes down like that. Her chin comes like that. Her eye comes right in there. We don't want it too dark. The other eye comes there, and let's hold the breath on the nose. And got that one eye gotta look at it. I'm not watching chat, so if you're saying something to me, I'm not seeing it. And then I need a lip in there. The chin comes a little more like that. I'm going to leave her lip till I feel better. I'm going to leave it like that. That was a struggle for me. And I'm going to paint this out. So that type of thing will just be there till I paint it. Of course, her feet down here, I just did kind of sketchy. And a rounded area here for the Renee says, I've discovered how to stop my 2 dogs from begging for breakfast. Orange marmalade. Oh, that's funny, Renee. Orange marmalade will stop your dogs from begging for breakfast. I wonder if it would work with my husband, Barbara says. Oh, that's funny. Oh, you guys, you're being so silly. Renee, just stick peanut butter on the roof of their mouth and it'll keep them busy. Bye, Arlene. Thank you for all your help, Arlene. Thank you so much. And get some sleep tonight. They're saying, sweet Arlene, blessed day. Abigail, Desk in the Attic, says, goodbye, Arlene. Yeah. Hi, Vanessa. There's Vanessa. She's saying goodbye to Arlene. I love that. I wonder if it would work on my husband. Sue says, good day, Dee Dee. Did Dee Dee leave? Dee Dee says, gotta run to the post office to get Happy Mail out. Be back later. And she's probably gone, but Dee Dee, thank you for the super chat. Now that I look at this, I'm not unhappy with it. I'm glad I struggled with it. I'm pretty happy with it. I need to put some more clothing lines in here. Let me zoom out again so you can see what I'm doing. Let me get everything. I am doing an Art Nouveau, lady. Let me zoom out. Nope. So here she is here. You hardly see her, but there she is. And I'm doing it in my journal. I'm going to paint this out. Now she's sitting behind a tree. And so I'm just going to put big leaves. And they are very black and dark. Something like that. And then they have veins running this way, running that way. And there's another one coming down. And it's very almost stylized art here of leaves. And there's another one coming in here. Art Nouveau is very organic. Art versus Art Deco is more stylized. These are stylized leaves, but it's very organic leaves. And Art Deco might be more not so organic. Might look more like a sculpture. And behind her are some branch. The tree kind of comes down here. And there's a leaf coming up this way. Let's see if I can put that in there. It kind of comes up something like that. And then there's some leaves coming down this way. And of course, there's all sorts of leaves going on over in here. Let's see. But now, hi, Anne. Thank you, Rhonda. Rhonda says the peanut butter works on my husband. What are we having for breakfast this morning? Peanut butter and jelly and bananas. And her hair actually has some lines in it like that. And it has a big white band. Comes kind of coming like that. And then it kind of curves out like that. And there's some more hair going on in here. The paper must not be here. I heard the front door open again. Sometimes we get our paper at the post office. And then this hair comes around that way. I'm pretty happy with that after all my struggling. And there's some leaves going on in here. We'll just draw some leaves. Now this has all sorts of lines and everything in it. But I think I'm just going to paint that out. I might put some more of these flowers in. There's just some, or a lot of organic going on down in here. And I'm just going to suggest it. There's some flowers, some roses going on down in here. Now do a couple with some leaves. You don't have to when you're doing an art piece. Now this is for illustration here. This was for a poster. But if you're doing a piece of art, you do not have to define every little detail unless you want to. Let's see. Let's put the tree. Let's do. There's some leaves coming up behind her. Let's put whoops, it curves down like that, and it's got another one that kind of comes up this way. And this one kind of swoops up prettier than that, like that. And then there's one behind it, maybe coming out. We'll make that swoop out too. like that. And we'll put a couple more roses in here. Are you guys seeing it? Yeah. I can't see what you guys are seeing on my tablet. It's so small, but I'm liking that. Now, I'm glad I struggled with it. And let's see, let's put a leaf coming like that and hide a couple more little roses in there. They're together. All right. And maybe I'll do a couple little leaves in here. But I'm not going to draw every little. They have so much going on down here. Let me hold this up close so you can see it. It's really beautiful art. Look at all the organic that's going on down here. How long do you think it took them to draw that and paint all that? Hours, probably. Hours drawing all those tiny little leaves and flowers in there. I'm just going to suggest it on mine. I might do this area up in here where they've got these, they look like little, well, I call them fairy dresses, fairy gowns. I'm not sure what kind of a flower that is. It's not a snapdragon. Could be a hosta plant going on up there. My hosta plants have those little fairy, only they made theirs orange. And all that matches her hair. See, she's got a white dress on. There's more of those flowers going on up over in here. And then this is blue. And look how they did the blue sky with all the lines in there. Look at the lines in there. And then, of course, Century Magazine is the people that, the Century Company, New York. Midsummer Holiday Number. It's a poster. Let's see. I think I still want to do the bend in the knee here a little. Coming down and swooping up under. Like that. And it gets hidden in a flower. I'll just put some sort of a little flower in there. There. And maybe another one right in here. We'll do one of those petal flowers. They're easy to do. They have those flowers that come down, like I'm doing this one kind of big, but they come down like that. And then there's maybe another one that dances next to it, like that. And then maybe a leaf going on in here. All right, let's do these over here. They kind of swoop up and kind of come like that. Got some little stamen in there. And then another one hanging down. Whoops. I'm not getting it dancing. And it kind of comes, I'm going to make it come around like what I'm used to seeing. Kind of like that. And then we're going to put a big old leaf in here. Like that. And maybe another one. And these will be red. I'm going to make these red. And we're going to do some more of those. I call them fairy gowns. They're kind of bell-shaped. And they get smaller up at the top. And they kind of, some of them kind of go off this way. And come down like that. There obviously is a, I must put another leaf in here. And I think that's about all I'm going to do. I might put some sort of something going on down in here. All right. I'm ready to paint it. I got about an hour, a little under an hour. Hi, Becky. Foxgloves. Thank you, Becky. That's what they are, foxgloves. We're going to start with her orange-red hair. Her gown is white. I could do her gown. And her red hair and the red flowers. This is going to be a light blue. So let's get the paint out. Becky knew what they were. Foxgloves. Foxgloves. I'm really happy with how this is turning out. I struggled a bit with the face, but if you practice it, and you saw what I did, I cut a shape out of paper. I cut a shape, and I knew I was going to mess up that face. I wasn't into drawing it on the paper with the ink pen. So I cut, well, I did 2 or 3 times here. Cut a shape like this and practiced it. I painted that out because I didn't like that one. And I drew another one here. I don't know what I did with it. It's here someplace. But I cut 2 or 3 shapes and I practiced that face until I got one that I was comfortable with. It wasn't that one. And the one that I cut, I have one that I cut here someplace. And I cut it into the shape of the head and drew it in with pencil, and then I went over it with the ink. Now this ink is water soluble, so while I'm painting here, it might run a little. We'll see. Here's the other shape of the face right here that I put in. And I even like what I did better there. You just keep practicing until you get something that you can tolerate. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing. When I look in my tablet, it all blends together for me. All those lines blend together. My tablet's just a little picture. So let's put a piece of that paper underneath of this, or I'll be messing these pages up. Just like that. All right. And let's put this under the magazine. And we're going to do the white gown first. And let's see, white. We'll do that first. White, white. And let me get a little bit larger brush out than the one I had. I'd like a flat one. This one needs to be clean, but I think it'll work. Well, I don't know. I need to clean my brushes. Looks like I used it for varnishing. I'm going to do a white dress first. To get that wax paper off of my desk. Help if I put the brush end in. All right. And I'll probably have to go, well, I don't know, because this paint is pretty thin paint. The lines might show beneath it. We'll just put it in and see what happens here. Might turn it a little gray with the black. Not too bad though. Now remember, this is a poster, and this article is about poster mania in the 1890s America. And of course, this is Art Nouveau. This is Art Nouveau style all together, even though, well, Art Nouveau really was, well, I don't want to say because I might be wrong. But this is 1890, so if it was 1890s, we knew that Art Nouveau was around then. I thought it was a little bit later than the 1890s, but I could be wrong. We're just putting some white in here. Her dress comes down this way, and it's in here. In there. Comes up here a little. And I'm going to have to work on that collar's a light blue collar with white dots. So I'll have to come back to that. And it comes down. Now I got some flowers in there. And I'm going to kind of let my pen marks, I'll probably have to come back in and make marks. I'm not going to try to do a lot of shadows. They got big black, this is a poster. So there is a lot of black lines on here. This is not meant to be an oil painting, it's a poster. I think just a little bit more underneath of here. See, I put a flower in there. I might be covering it up. Just a little bit more in there, and I can come back with the flower. All right, I think I'm pretty happy with that. But I'm not really happy with that brush. Where's my other little brush I was using? Did I put it in there too? I did. Grab a hold of it. It's more of a liner brush. I need another brush. Let's get out my mug of brushes from my niece gave me this mug. Let's see. I want one that's... What's on there? That's a little bit too much. More like this one here. For her hair and the flowers. Yeah. I actually bought some more brushes. I ruin them. This one I think I used for something because it's all yucky there. I stuck it in something to use it as stirring. All right, let's get some. I think Georgia clay for the hair. I might have to add a little red to it. I'm looking for my Georgia clay. There's pink. We don't want pink hair. Here it is. Georgia clay. And I might add a little bit of red to that clay. I think it's a little bit more red. Here's some red. Red apple. Add a little red to my Georgia clay. Yeah. And you really shouldn't mix your colors with your paintbrush, but I do. I'm going to add a little red to that. And get this kind of a clay red color. And we're going to do her hair. And of course she's got this leaf thing going on in her head, on her head. Now, gotta be careful in here that I don't mess up her head. Her hair comes around this way. And then you can go back in it with black lines because this is a poster and it does have a lot of black outlines on it. And that suits me fine. If they could do that with Art Nouveau, Meri can do it. She says to her college art teachers, who did not like me to do black lines. Put a little more red in that. Meri rebelled. I'm doing black lines. You can't stop me. You just wait till I get out of school. I'll do black lines to my heart's content. Meri's talking to herself here. You don't have to listen. All right, she's got hair coming down. In here. And there's a white band in there. And I might have to readjust her dress a little there. And then her hair comes down this way. And there's a white band here and here. And then there's hair coming in there. And a little bit up in here, I think. Just a little. Like that. And then it falls down around her shoulder here. I'm pretty happy with that. It's not bad for a quick art study. That's all these are, art studies. Now, all these foxglove, Becky said, they're foxglove, Meri. They're the same color. So I'm going to put them in, but when I put the blue in, I probably will have to paint over them. And I really need more paint in there. So I'm just going to paint in the shapes up here for now. And then I'll come in and paint them in better. Let's see, they come down in here. They kind of dance out like, I called them fairy gowns. My hostas, well, they're not my hostas. The hostas that my brother has here, when they bloom, they have really light colored white and pink fairy gowns every spring. And my hostas that I planted had them too. And then there's more of those going on down here. I don't know if these are tulips, or I think these might be tulips down here. But we're going to go with the same color because they did. All the flowers match her hair. Now there's one in here that kind of comes up this way. And this gets in a little bit more. And by the way, good morning, Becky. This article is all about posters. Yes, it is. My Modern Met. Alphonse, let me go to that, Becky. Becky put yeah, this article in this magazine is about posters. I almost put you in timeout. Come on, link. Open with Firefox. Becky's good about taking an image and finding it on the internet. She's good at doing that. She found it in the Met. This entire article in the magazine is about posters. Is there another one in there of that same thing, or is this? I'm going to have to wait till my tablet is slow. themed posters. Seeing if I can find the same post. Don't you just love that art? Commercial prints. This is the one for the Century magazine. See if I can find it in this. I might have passed it up. No, let's see. I don't see the same poster though. But this is probably him. Alphonse Mucha. Mucha. I think it's pronounced Mucha. Mucha. He also does these wonderful Mucha. We did some Mucha art. What did I got here? Teach me the secrets. 5 secrets to true creativity popped up. Let me get out of that. Let me go back into chat. I'll save that link, Becky. That's a good link. Let me get back into chat. Doop, 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 doop. Of course, I'm way behind myself. Becky says, just looking up Art Nouveau flowers and posters is a rabbit hole of delight and inspiration. It sure is. Now, these were roses over here, but they're going to be the same color, and I'm just going to kind of blot some color in there. And then I'm going to go to the greens and blues. I'm pretty happy with, well, I need to do the flowers up in here. I forgot how I had them. Let's just blot some reds and clay. You don't need a whole lot of paint. I have a whole lot of paint left on my palette. You just need a dab, and look how much is left on my plate, on my wax paper up there. Let's see. I think there was a flower in here. I'm just gonna dab some paint on there for a flower. And then these are leaves. Those are leaves. That's a tree. That's leaf. So I'm going to put some light blue in here. And then we'll come in, and then I'll do the leaf and the trees, and we'll come in with the black. Those posters have a lot of black lines around them, which makes Mary happy. I'm going to turn my wax paper so I can get some more colors on there. And I had that pretty green out. I wonder where I put it. And that pretty blue. Here's the blue. Here's some blue bonnet. There's the blue bonnet on it. And what did I do with the green? It can't be too far away. Here it is. Parakeet green. And I could lighten that with some white. But I want some darker green. English navy. English navy is blue. I don't buy a whole lot of green, I have to tell you. Parakeet. I got the parakeet, don't I? Is that what I have? Yeah, I got 2 bottles of it. I like parakeet, but I want a little darker. If I mix black with it, it'll turn gray. Here. No, that's blue. Spring green, but it's gloss. I'm looking, I get these colors all mixed up on my rack. Here's a holly green. All right, we're going to go for the spring green with a little white mixed in it. And we're just going, and then I'll use some darker green too. Well, actually, we should start with the blue. Let's start with the blue and put some white in there for the clouds. Come on. Oh, that's the right color blue too. And I'm going to go back to my larger brush that I had out. And where did it run off to? I'm going to go back to this brush. I could even use a larger one than that, but we're going to put some blues and whites in here. Not much white. Just some more white on the table there. Yeah, maybe a little bit of juice with that. Let it spread out. And I'll be doing it more detail. I'm just getting the color blocked in. Let's just block in some blue. I'll come back to do those flowers again. How much time do I have? I have about a half an hour. We should be able to make good progress in a half an hour. Let's go in there with some greens too. And get painterly with it. Don't worry about painting outside the lines. Block it in. Have fun with it, Mary. Talking to me. I'm talking to me. Now the greens start down in here. Let's put a little bit more blue in there. Maybe a little more blue up in here. And this is all dark in there. Let's define her dress a little bit more here. And then let me wash out my brush a little. Let's come in with some white for the clouds. Should probably dry that a little. Let's dry it a little. Then heat gun alert. Heat gun alert. I started out doing magazine art, a collage, and then I was looking through this Art in America magazine, and I ran across this article on posters and this Art Nouveau, and I said, I gotta sketch it. I've got to sketch it. So I'm just gonna put some, and their clouds are very stylized. The clouds here in this article are very stylized. They're still organic, but they're stylized organic, if that makes any sense. Yeah, let's make them come up that way, maybe come down poofy. They're poofy clouds. And they actually come up almost meet her head here. And then there's some more up in here. And they also have black lines around them. That might be a little bit too much of a cloud up there. I'm going to come in with some more of that blue that's hiding from me here. Let's come in with some blue. Oops, I might need to do some white around that. And there's actually ground in there, but it doesn't have to be exactly like theirs. Yeah. Some more white. Poofy clouds. Not perfect, but I'm not shooting for perfect. All right, I think I'm going to call that okay for now. I'll come in with black lines to help define those. Let's do the greens. I'm going to turn my wax paper again. I'd like to get this pretty much finished by 9 o'clock because Kathy Berg comes on at 9. This is Tuesday. This is the 10th day of Christmas. I should be working in my holiday art journal. All right, we're going to do some light greens and some dark greens. So and I'll probably mix some whites, maybe even some, well, no, the black is going to be the outline. There's the dark green. You aren't seeing it because I moved everything up. You barely see it. There. And here will be the light green. Let's start with the light greens. We're just going to paint leaves. And there's a bunch of leaves going on in here, and I'm just going to put in leaf shapes. Yeah. And I'm actually maybe needing a smaller brush for some of this. I blew out of the way. I'm running out of space. Now there's a lot more going on here than what I'm showing. There's all those little grass and detail area in there. I'm going to flatten it out because I don't have time to put it all in. There's a lot more going on than I'm showing. We're gonna paint it with the darker green. This is her foot here. Her foot coming in there. Put some darker greens in there in the backgrounds. And then I'll come in with the pen and detail it. But there's a lot of lines. I mean, he must have spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours doing all of this. all those little plant shapes. I'm not a person that likes to do that. I like to do this. I'll come in with lines, and I could draw lines in there, just sit there, and it'd take me all morning to put them in. Let's put some more light shapes in here. Yeah. And there's some, my paintbrush is too, I have too large of a paintbrush to do those like I should. Nice. So this should be darker in here. And even if I leave some white space in there, it's not going to hurt it for what I do. See, I've got white space going on in here. That's really not bothersome to me. Kind of adds another dimension to it. For this is more illustrative than anything. Let's put in some dark in here. Maybe a little bit of light going on in here, maybe. Just kind of filling in the background is all I'm doing. I'm kind of happy with that. Let's put a little bit more dark going on in here. Shape these leaves up a little. No, I don't like that shape. There. Maybe up like that. I don't like that one either. Let's put in some more light colors in there. Too much green. I mean, this is really kind of fast. This is kind of fast. I'm going to leave it like that, and then I'm going to, oh, I forgot the green up here. The green leaves coming in here. I might have to get some more. Can't see it. Might need to squeeze out some more green. She's got green. I need a smaller brush. I need more green. More light green. Ooh, that's too much. I get too much paint. And I'm just kind of imagining them in here. And she's actually got green leaves in her hair. And there's a tree behind her, but I think I'm going to make it sky or leaves or something. This needs to be sky in here. I'll bring that sky over this way a little. She's leaning against a tree. You can barely see the browns in there. Let's see, let's mix some green with some red, and that'll make sort of a brownish color. Green and the red will make sort of a brownish color in here for the tree. Maybe a little bit of white in there. Now let's get some of that darker red and brown, red and green. Put behind her here. This is really, this gets into more impressionism up in here, but if I come in and detail it with a pen, it will make more sense. Let's go for more of that light green in here. Might have to mix a little white with it. Oops, and get that dark out of there. Let's go more for that white and that white, lighter green. Alrighty. I am going to leave it like that, and then I'm going to, what time is it? I got 15 minutes. I'm going to dry it. I'm going to put my colors away. I need space on my desk. Ouch. White goes up to the top. I can always find it up at the top. Let's put the greens in here. The red there. Go Georgia clay here. And there we go. Now, palette of paint. And normally I would smear this in my dictionary because there's a lot of paint on there, but I'm in a hurry, so I'm just going to fold it up and throw it away. Alrighty. Let's give this a dry with the heat gun alert. And we're going to try to come in here with some black. And I'm going to try it with my marker, but your paint really has to be nice and dry for the marker. I pulled that wax paper out from underneath there, and I still got green on it. Luckily, I didn't get it on all the pages. Yeah, I was painting that lighter green last. Now, if you could see this up close, you could see a lot of black lines on here, and that's what I'm going to put on next. And that'll really make her pop. That'll make her pop. She's already popping, but... And I'm leaving her face the color of the paper, which was kind of a... I think this is... I don't know if that's... I think that's copy paper. That's my plain copy, my cream colored copy paper. All right, let's start on her book. And we're just going to put black lines. Big blow black lines. Now her collar was really a light blue and with white dots in it. I didn't get that in there. But oh well. And she's got a white band coming there. I might go back in with a white band. Her hair comes down this way and that way. And did I put a black mark on her face? Her hair comes that way and down that way. And be real careful around her head, Mary. The ear, her neck comes in there. There's a white band in here. I'm going to have to go back in and put those white bands in. And then she's got little leaf headband up here. Halo type crown going on in here. And her head. Her hair comes down like this and around, and it actually has some lines in it. And her dress is kind of ruffled. Comes out this way, and it gathers down in here and has some lines that kind of go up and gather lines. And then she's got a band. She's looks like she has an empire waist dress on. She's got a band right under her breast area. And it's got some little ruffles coming on it, going on in here. Her arm kind of smeared there. She's got a dress that kind of, the sleeves kind of come down this way. And this kind of flares out this way. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not going to touch her face with this pen. All right, so she comes up, her knee comes up this way, comes across, and you can see her two fingers on her hand there. Right there. And then she's holding the book here. She's got a very long hand there. And her dress, she's seated. She's got her knees coming up. And then this comes down. And now we're getting into the flowers. If I can define them a little bit better. They just got splotches of red on them. And they got some stems coming up there. And some flowers in here. There's a lot more flowers on this page than I have, but I don't have the time to put them all in. Because I just want to do this. Want to get it done? I've got 8 minutes. And this is her, actually her foot coming back down in there. And her dress kind of comes up and around. Got some lines going on in there. There's a flower going on in here. And then this kind of swirls around. And swirls. And there's lines coming out like that. And then there's all these leafy areas. I'm just going to outline them. Maybe put some lines in there. There's actually more flowers going on in here. And there's all sorts of little leaves going on in here, but like I said, I just don't have the time to draw them all. So I'm just going to suggest them. I'm just going to suggest them. And these are actually little roses going on down in here. All right. You can get pretty free when you're doing outlining like this, except for that. And let's do the foxgloves in here. Give it some little. And I should be taking more time with this, but it's just suggesting it. It's just suggesting it up here. And they actually come out that way a little too. Dance out. Dance down. All right, then they even outline the clouds in here. They make them puffy. And my paint's not quite dry. Let's go up here to the leaves. And there's a tree and more leaves going on in here. And you can't see because it gets dark. It's the deep, dark woods. I think I'm happy with that. Let's draw the outlines on the clouds. I'm not sure I'm happy with my clouds, but their clouds aren't all that cool either. They're outlined. I'm not used to outlining clouds. And they actually have lines. I showed that before, and they've got the word Century Magazine written across here, but I'm not going to even attempt that. I think I'll leave it like that. I think I'll call that pretty much done, except for the face. I might try to define this just a little bit more. I don't want to do too much because I'll mess it up. I don't want to mess it up. All right, I'm going to sign it here. Meridel Abrams. Let's see, I'm going to put, what should I say? This really is not my, what does it say? Study of Art Nouveau. Art Nouveau poster. And I'm going to put 1/4. Is this the 4th day of 1/4/2022? And we're going to call that done. Woo! That was a lot of work. Let's go back to my chat here and see what you guys are saying. Is Janet in here? You guys are bopping the bots, aren't you? Bop those bots. Those little snots. Bop those bops. I was afraid to do too much to her face. I have to study these faces a little bit more. Hi, Janet. Hi, Cheryl. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Janet. Hi, Lana. Good morning, Lana. Did Dee Dee come back in? Hi, Dee Dee. I finished it. Her face, I think I need a little bit more of an outline here. Her face, you know, I'm just afraid to do too much to it because I'm afraid I didn't put her lips in. I'm going to leave it like that until I study it a little bit more. I'm very wary of doing too much more to it. Bop those bots, those little snots. They're in here spreading their spam. Bop them as much as you can. Becky had to leave. Dee Dee came back in. Thank you, Dee Dee, for the super chat. I so appreciated it. So I did this morning, and I did my collage in here. We did this. This was John C. Trainer. Opens a studio and invites you into his home. And he's talking about, don't miss this opportunity to see my flowers that inspire my still life. So I put a whole bunch of flowers. These weren't in here. And we put in a peacock, and we put in a, this is really a Victorian-ish lady. I put that in there. We put some garden statue and a dog, and we put a little gnome over here. Becky. Oh, Becky, thank you. I thought you were leaving. Thank you, Becky. Oh, that's so sweet of you to do that. We got a little bird feeder up here. He had a bird feeder down here, but I thought he needed a bigger one. Let's outline this a little more. I thought he needed a bigger bird feeder for this hummingbird. Yeah, there. Thank you so much, Becky and Dee Dee. That's so encouraging. Then we got a man over here under the tree, and I have to tell you, I think he's drinking something. He's either drinking or reading. I can't tell. We put a rose under, big old rose under that tree. And we put flowers behind him, and he's painting. He kind of fades into the background there. So that was really fun to do. This is inspired by Dee Dee. When she does her collages, she says, create your worlds, create new worlds. So we took kind of the canvas, which was, this was all writing over here. So it's 9:03. Kathy Berg is coming on. We also did this. Here, I'm just going to leave it like that. I might make this one my thumbnail. All right, thank you guys. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the encouragement. And a special thank you to the mods for bopping the bots. Thank you to the mods. Maybe he's a ghost. He looks like a ghost. He's fading into the... He was not a... It was not a vivid... I could bring him out a little bit more, but I kind of like him just like that. I kind of like him like that. All right. Thanks for coming. Have a great, great Tuesday. I think Tanya will be on this afternoon. I don't know if Lisa will be with her. What else happens? Kathy Berg is on right now. I'm 4 minutes into her stream because I can't quit talking. Death Schuler will be on later tonight. So thank you all for coming. Have a great Tuesday. Have a great day and make it a memory. Bye.